Time to get ready. Boy, that seems mighty close. Okay, good morning, DLs. Good morning, class. Good to see Giselle, Jeremiah, and Lacey online. Okay, hopefully the other two will pop on here shortly. Okay, hope you all had a great weekend. Weather was great, except for maybe some wind. But supposed to get like 80 degrees today. So, it's supposed to be really warm. Shh. Okay. Okay. Any other prayer requests? We have still Aaron Moscata with his surgery. Sophia's dad, aunt. Dance competition, is that still going? Still going on? And your grandma? The death of your uncle? Still? Okay. Hey, Ricky, Doug, Isaac. Okay. And then Maya? Grandma has dementia? Is that what you? Okay. Figured that was you. I just forgot to put the last day on your name. Okay. Ricky, how's your grandpa doing? Okay. Still need prayer on that? Okay. And and if you haven't heard lately, our pastor is out of the hospital. He's going. Actually, he had a doctor's appointment, which would be earlier this morning, their time. Okay, they're about 12 hours ahead of us. So right now it's 9 o'clock at night or thereabouts. So earlier this morning, which would have been about 9 o'clock our time last night, he had a doctor's appointment, and they were going to determine at that point, um, maybe do some other tests, but also whether he could possibly be released from the hospital in the next couple days. He is hoping to fly back on the 2nd, which is Friday. And so hopefully that can be here. He wants to be here. He wants to be here for Easter, so hopefully the Lord will allow him to do that. But most importantly, we want his health to be there and come back fully restored. So keep praying for him. Any other requests this morning? Okay, let's pray. Lord, you've heard all these requests, and Aaron with his eyes, recovery, and then anticipation for the next surgery coming up. Sophia's dad with cancer treatment, her aunt with cancer, her dance recitals, and her grandma is with the death of her uncle, and just maybe at least at this point just trying to come to grips with the situation. And a lot of times that's hard, but just give her strength and give her just peace of mind at this point. We also pray for Ricky with his grandpa's treatment, and Maya, grandma, having dementia. There may be requests that, again, we do want to uplift our pastor and just continue to be with him and bless him. There probably is requests that we don't want to make known, so we call them unspokens. and yet you know the hearts of each of our hearts, and uh, the needs, the desires, the concerns, the uneasiness of whatever the situation may be. Help us in each of those to be able to deal with those in a good way. Give us peace, give us comfort, whatever the situation might be, Father. Just grant it according to your will. And just bless us now today, this week, as we finish the third quarter, and help us to finish this strong. We are a week early on finishing with 8 weeks versus 9, but just help us to stay focused and get things done that we need to. Just direct us now in thy precious name. Amen. Okay, couple things before I get going and I forget about things. Verse quiz, this is this Thursday. Okay, Friday we have a special Good Friday chapel, so there'll be no Bible class on Friday. DLs, however you tune in, do that on Friday. So Thursday we'll have our verse quiz. So there'll be no Bible class on Thursday online. And actually that was my two things. They were just combined into one. Okay, so just a little heads up on that. Okay, new lesson, lesson 20. If you haven't gotten lesson 19 quiz worksheet in, make sure you're getting that. Make sure that this week all of your missing assignments are turned in. Change those zeros to smiles. Get a good grade on them, and you'll feel better about yourself, I'm sure. And don't look at the end of this grading period as this. Well, I've got a C in this class, or whatever class it is. I've got a C in this class, so yeah, I could just coast through this last week. Sometimes coasting through the last week can plummet a grade. Okay, so stay strong, finish strong. Get all the work that you haven't gotten done, get it in, and that way you can honestly feel better about yourself. Okay, and your accomplishments for this quarter. Okay, I'm going to keep that up here. Lesson 20, wisdom and character, the works of the flesh. Let me turn my clicker on. Now, let's combine science with this just for a moment here. God has given us 5 senses: the sight, hearing, smell, taste, and touch. Okay? There's other emotions that God has given man, like love, anger, joy, sadness. Those, and actually all of these, the 5 senses, the 5 or 4 emotions that God's given us, they're all God-given, so therefore they're all good. Okay? Now the senses, emotions that are essential to our daily lives are these, are those that we just saw. We need to see, we need to hear, we need to smell, okay? We need to taste, and we need to touch. Well, say, well, what about the blind people? What about the deaf people? What about those that have lost their taste? Okay? Well, when those senses tend to disappear, your other senses pick up. And there's other ways that you can see even though you can't see. Okay? But the other ones, the ones that God has given us, those emotions, love, anger, joy, sadness, okay? We can, those are all part of our daily life, okay? It's how we want to put them into that daily life is the question. So our feelings or senses can save our lives, okay? You smell a rotten egg someplace, two things come to mind. Either a rotten egg or it's natural gas, okay? And if you smell it in your house and you know that you haven't had any eggs or out or whatever, then, and yet there's still a little difference between a rotten egg and natural gas. Okay, well, if you're smelling it, your heightened curiosity is up. Good to see you, Adam. Is up, and you're trying to figure out, okay, where's that coming from? Did I leave the burner to the gas stove on? So you go there first. Did I leave the fireplace on just a little bit if it's a gas fireplace? So you check those. No. Then that leads you to something else. Common sense. If you ever smell natural gas, don't light a match. Okay? Okay. Even even if it's dark. And sometimes just even a a little bit of friction creates the explosion. Okay? So you got to be really careful. There's a lot of other ways that our senses can save our lives. Any ideas? Huh? How? Okay, you see danger. Good. Can you smell danger? Okay, smell the gas. Okay. You can hear danger? How? I'm, so, I'm sorry, how? Gunshots? Okay. Okay. Any, how about, can you taste danger?
Well, if you taste poison, then you're dead.
Exactly, so you know that you're about to die, and then if you die instantly, then you're about to die, go to the hospital and say, maybe
You know, back in the olden days, way before I was born, okay, um, you could what? But is that dangerous? Okay, true, true. Okay. Now, um, back in the olden days, and I'm talking about the Western era, okay, if they came up on a water hole and they hadn't drank for a while, a lot of times people would just dive into the water and start drinking it, okay, without even tasting it, okay. Now, you can taste something, and this is what they would do. They would take just a little bit of it in their mouth, and if it didn't taste right, then they knew that it had gotten poisoned somehow. Okay? Well, you can taste something, okay? How about if you aren't sure if and this isn't a dangerous thing, but we're on the taste category. How about if you open a carton of milk and you're not sure if you smell it, but what you're smelling is the milk around the ring, okay, of the jug. So it smells sour, but how do you know if the milk inside is sour? Well, you pour a little bit out. You taste just a little bit of it, okay? If it's sour, then you throw the whole thing away, okay? Or if when you're pouring these chunks come out, then you know that that milk is sour too, okay? But see, you can taste. Taste does help us in the dangerous situations. How can touch shh, how can touch save our lives? Hmm? How can touch save our lives? Girls?
Like if there's a fire, it's to touch the door handle. Like if the door handle is hot and you don't open it,
Okay.
die.
Okay. Good. Good. See, you've learned something from health classes. Okay. And science classes. Okay. Um, being jabbed with something. Okay. That could create a bad issue. Okay. How can how can our feelings save our lives?
Because God sometimes give you feelings that it's like, hey, something's wrong, or like someone's watching you. And most of the time, that's what
Okay.
Don't get in the candy man stand.
or get out of the car. Or your taxi.
Or go into the shed with all the chainsaws.
Oh yeah, the shed with the chainsaw.
Okay. Okay.
Just get someone a new car. No, that's stupid.
Now, okay, guys. Hey, Gabby was right. If Ricky, Ricky, if you're walking down the street at night and you're all by yourself, having the awareness of your surroundings, if you feel Ricky, if you feel like someone's watching you, make sure that someone's not. Okay? Those are your feelings. Okay? Those type of things can save your life. When in doubt, don't, or when in doubt, make sure you check it out. Okay? Huh? Yep. Okay. Now, shh. But the thing is, Austin, Doug, Gabby, here's the thing though. God doesn't intend us to live by our feelings. Okay, Doug? He wants us to live according to his word. Genesis 27. That's the stolen blessing. Okay? We all know this story. I'm going to highlight. Isaac made a terrible mistake because he operated on his feelings. Yep.
I mean, it's not wrong.
He felt he could jump the hedge, and he couldn't do it. Good. The hood. Okay. Okay. Now Isaac, he grew older, more feeble. His senses were no longer dependable. He was basically blind. His senses of taste and hearing were severely impaired. Realizing that he was nearing death, Isaac called for his firstborn son Esau to prepare his favorite meal.
Imagine carrying around a baby.
Shh, guys. So that he could eat it, give his final blessing to Esau before he died. Jacob was to sense that something was amiss. Genesis 27:20 says, "And Isaac said unto his son, How is it that thou hast found it so quickly, my son? And he said, Because the Lord thy God brought it to me." Now, he asked for the meal. The other brother stole the whole thing. He made the meal where the firstborn was to receive it, was to do it, was to receive the birthright, and it was stolen. Isaac thought, because his senses were going, he thought that the voice he heard was more like Jacob's voice than Esau's. Okay? And how many times have you heard somebody just talking and you think, oh, someone's here, and then you go around the corner and it's not somebody, but it's... Okay, true. Okay? Uh huh.
The multiple times that I blink, and my mom's like, turn the vegetable out, and then I turn around, I'm like, who are you? And Lily's like, who are you? And then I realize, oh wait, you're not my mom.
Okay.
Mommy a lot.
Genesis 27:22 says, Shh. Jacob went near unto Isaac his father. He felt him and said the voice of Jacob's voice, but the hands are the hands of Esau. So there was, hey, hey, there was a deceiving going on because they killed an animal, put the hair of the animal, the fur of the animal on the skin, okay, and deceived Jacob instead, or Isaac instead, okay? So deception, feelings. Isaac was then confused by what his other senses were telling him. If he would only relied upon those other senses, okay? Because he felt the hairy arms, he smelt the outdoors of the clothes. He assured what his feelings and senses were telling him were accurate. Okay? Isaac ate the meal, then gave the blessing to Jacob, the impostor and the deceiver. Then Esau came in and said, here am I with your vision, or your venison, excuse me. Get up and eat, and then you can bless me. Just think of how low Isaac's jaw dropped. It's like, okay, what did I just do? Okay. Well, here's what he did. He trembled violently. Genesis 27:33 it says, Isaac trembled very exceedingly and said, who? Where is he that hath taken venison and brought it to me? And I have eaten of all before thou camest, and have blessed him. Yea, and he shall be blessed. The blessing couldn't be returned. The blessing couldn't be taken back. It was given. He realized, or Esau realized, that he had been cheated out of the blessings and cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry. 27:34 says, and when Esau heard the words of the father, he cried with a great and exceeding bitter cry, and said unto his father, bless me, even me also, O my father. Isaac, through this whole story, acted according to his feelings, made a great mistake that could not be undone. So Jacob, acting deceitfully to gratify his immediate desires, affected adversely his brother and himself, all because of his feelings, his pleasures. So the love that was between two brothers was no longer there. Genesis 27:41 says, and Esau hated Jacob because of his blessings whereon his father blessed him. Esau said in his heart, the day of mourning for my father are at hand. Then will I slay my brother Jacob. Jacob feared his brother's retaliation for the rest of his life. Jacob continued on to be a deceiver, and he himself was deceived. He built his character on feelings and impulses rather than on biblical principles, and he suffered the inevitable consequences. Okay? So, that's a start into our lesson. Okay? Our feelings in all this. Okay? We're just about out of time, so we're going to stop there. It'll be a good spot to stop. We're going to pick it up on reviewing Christian character, okay, and on tomorrow. But don't live on your feelings. Have your feelings, but don't live by them, okay? DLs, remember verse quiz on Thursday instead of Friday. Tune into the chapel on Friday. And DLs, we'll see you at science time class. You are dismissed.
All right, sheet of paper. I'm about to take our quiz. Okay.
Is it all gone, Gabby?
Make sure your name's at the top. Today is March 29th. Shh, no, after the quiz. You should have already had one anyway. March 29th. Over acres of diamonds. Okay. I'm going to put your quiz on the board or on the screen. Answer the questions according there. Number 3, I don't want to just put he killed himself. Okay, be specific.
Thank you for the answer to number 3. Technically, didn't even like kill himself. It's like
Yes, he did. Really?
he just stood there and then like
Shh, guys. Shh. Guys, stop. Once you're done, you can turn it into the tray, and then as well as your spelling homework, list 9A words twice if you haven't turned it in already. Yes. Yeah, that's good. Mhm. Spelling words 9A twice should also be in the tray. Mhm. Spelling words can be right there, it doesn't matter. I just was, sounds good. Tray's fine. Okay, this story, Acres of Diamonds, marks the end of our Unit 9. So we will have a test this week on, well, let me get the correct date. It's either Thursday or Friday.
the quiz in the box too.
Yes. We will have a test on Thursday over Units 8 and 9. Okay, I'll write that on the board. Since we didn't do Unit 8 yet. Make sure you guys mark that down. For those of you who struggle with remembering things, make sure you write it down because I'm saying it now, okay? Test Thursday, Unit 8 through 9. Okay, make sure you write it down to where you can find it easily, where it doesn't get lost in a bunch of papers in your notebook. Make sure you guys are on top of that because we do have that test on Thursday and then a grammar test on Friday, which we will start review today, okay? But go ahead and take out your grammar books. Everyone who hasn't finished up, raise your hand if you still have this quiz. Okay. Okay, grammar books, go ahead and turn to page number. It's over units 13 and 14. It's supposed to be a review of units 1 through 14, but I'm adjusting it to where it's just over 13 and 14. Page number 175. Okay, 175. Okay, 175. A glossary of diction 1. A glossary of diction is a guide to help you choose the best word for your writing. The following labels are used: standard, which is correct; substandard, incorrect; informal, which is standard but inappropriate for formal writing; and then formal, which is standard, appropriate for formal writing; poor, and better. So our labels are standard, substandard, informal, formal, poor, and better. Okay? Please note that as dictionaries have become more descriptive and less prescriptive, usage that has traditionally been unacceptable is now sometimes considered acceptable. This glossary of diction provides guidance according to traditionally accepted standards of usage and may differ from your dictionary. Okay, so look at number 1. Add, ed, exam, lab, math, phone, and quote. Okay, all of these are short for advertisement, education, examination, laboratory, mathematics, telephone, quotation, etc. Okay, in formal writing, obviously spell out the entire word. Okay, number 2, all right and all right. Okay, use all right, A-L-L space R-I-G-H-T. There is no such word as all right, but now, obviously, it's very prominent to spell words or all right like with one L and together. But the correct form is all and right. Yes, Ricky?
Wait, so, like, if we're writing formal writing, we have to write phone, telephone.
Yes, because phone is the slang term or the informal writing. Only if you're writing formally, okay? As in a research paper or a book report, okay? Number 3, amount and number. Amount is used with a mass of something which cannot be counted. Number is used with countable items, okay? So in substandard, which would be incorrect, a large amount of eggs is needed for the recipe. Guys, can you individually count eggs? Yeah, so you would need to use the word number, okay? But you can't say amount of milk, or you can say amount of milk because can you count milk like the liquid milk? No. Okay,
Gallon.
that's how you measure it, but you can't actually count it. Yeah, like you can't take like, oh, here's one bit of milk. You can't do that. Okay, so you would use, so you can use. Still, you can't count evaporated milk either. Like, no, you cannot. Okay. With eggs, you can take individual eggs and count them. With milk, you take one piece of milk and it just falls out of your hands, okay? You can't count it, all right? So you would, with milk and liquids, you would use amount, okay? Number 4. Was there really a hole in your hand? Whoa, I didn't know that. Okay, when would I ever be like, oh, Doug, let me see your hands?
You say this every time you see him holding his hand.
I've never seen that before. I'm serious. We've never talked about that before. Okay. Number 4, okay, anxious and eager, okay? What does anxious mean, class? To be filled with, what does it say? To be filled with concern, to look forward to with dread, okay? When you're excited for something, you don't want to use the word anxious, because anxious is kind of like that connotation where you are nervous, you're not excited for it. With eager, that means you want to do it and you are looking forward to it with keen desire, it says, okay? Number 5, awful and awfully. Whoever's doing that, stop. Terrible and terribly, okay? These words should not be used as intensive modifiers to mean extremely or very, okay? John seems awfully tired, okay? It's not really making sense here. You want to say John seems extremely tired. You want to say he doesn't seem terribly, because those are obviously or adjectives or adverbs kind of connotating or denoting bad things or wrong things, okay? Number 6, between you and I, okay? It's an alliteracy for between you and me, okay? It's just the incorrect form of pronouns here. You don't want to say between you and I. You say between you and me, okay? It has no place in literature, writing, or speech. The new student will sit between you and I in chapel. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. They'll sit between you and me in chapel. Okay? Yeah, that's fine too. Okay, what is that? Okay, did you just work on it during class? What's my rule about working on homework in class? Okay, let's do the exercise. Okay, cross out each error in diction and write the correct form above it. Okay, number 1, afraid that she had missed a large amount of points on the on the terribly difficult biology exam, Megan eagerly handed her paper to Mr. Monroe for grading. Okay, raise your hand. Tell me what to change here. Andrew? Okay, eagerly to anxiously. She wasn't looking forward to turning it in. Good. What else? Okay, Avery. Amount to number, because you can count points. What else? Gabby? Terribly to extremely. Good. Okay. And then one more thing to change here. Elijah?
Would you change exam to examination?
Awesome. You would spell out exam to examination. Good. Number 2, I am awful anxious to get my driver's license. I hope my answers on the tests are all right. Okay. Raise your hand. Tell me what to change here. Doug?
Awful to extreme.
Okay. Awful to extremely or to very. Okay. What else? Jaden? Anxious to eager. And then one more thing here. Amethyst? Okay, all right with one word to all, A-L-L, space, and right. Number 3, at least I knew what you meant. Number 3, a full-page newspaper ad will be seen by a large amount of people. Austin?
Amount to number.
Okay, amount to number, and then one more thing here. Ricky?
Add to advertisement.
Add to advertisement. Good. And number 4, the phone conversation last night between you and I lasted for an awfully long time. Okay, what do we change here? Derek? Good. Between you and me. Adrian? Good. Phone to telephone. Okay, and then there are one more change here. Amethyst? Good. Okay. For an extremely long time, or you can say a very long time. Good. Okay. Go ahead and turn the page. Page 176, number 2, okay? Number 7, bunch. Okay, this is an informal term obviously referring to a bunch of people. Okay, obviously everyone says a bunch of people, which is why it's informal. Okay, formal, we would change it to a group. Okay, number 8, different than. Okay, a lot of people say she's different than me. Okay, but the correct one is different what, class? Different from. Okay, different from me, not different than me. Number 9, disinterested. Okay, often confused with the word uninterested. Disinterested means neutral, unbiased, and impartial. So if you're not interested, use the word uninterested. If you're neutral, unbiased, then you would be disinterested. So know the differences between those. Okay? Enthused. It's incorrect verb form, not appropriate to writing or speech. Enthusiastic is the correct form, but no one is enthused. Okay? You can be enthusiastic, so make sure you know that. Etc. This is a Latin phrase meaning and others, should be kept out of formal writing except for occasional use in footnotes. If you use etc., don't use and before the phrase. And etc. is redundancy. Obviously, and others means literally etc., so you don't have to say and etc. Okay? Informal. Several items, papers, napkins, silverware, etc., are needed for the picnic. Formal. Items such as paper plates, napkins, and silverware are needed for the picnic. Okay, so you wouldn't use etc in informal writing. Fix. This verb technically means to fasten, to make secure. When people use the word fix, a lot of times they use it to mean prepare, which is informal. So his efforts to fix dinner were unsuccessful. His efforts to prepare dinner were unsuccessful. So make sure you know when to use the word fix. And then number 13, flaunt means to show off proudly, make a great display of, kind of like a peacock maybe, flaunting his feathers. Flout means to scorn or to reject. So she flaunted her mink coat. No man can flout the laws or reject the laws of God. Okay? Huh? Look at page number 176, the exercise. Cross out each error in diction, write the correct form above it. A good actor can assume a character whose personality is different than his own. Class, what do we change here? Than to from, okay? Number 2, a few enthused spectators, what do we change there? Enthusiastic spectators stayed until the end of the game. But a group of disinterested people left at the half. What do we change here? Disinterested to uninterested. Okay? Number 3, a person who flouts his clothes only displays his vanity. Class? Flaunts. Flouts to flaunts. Number 4, Christopher seemed enthused about fixing sandwiches for the firemen's picnic. Enthusiastic instead of enthused, and as well as fixing to preparing. Good. And number 5, some students think that they can flaunt school policies and get away with it. Class? Flaunt to flout. Some people think that they can reject the school policies and get away with it. Okay? And then page 177, some more diction words. Okay? Funny. Okay? This means humorous. It is informal when it is used to mean strange, odd, or peculiar, okay? So, for example, when people say it's funny that the tornado didn't damage any houses. Obviously, it's not a funny thing, okay? We want it to be odd. It's not funny, okay? Number 15, hopefully, okay? This word means full of hope. Shh, guys. This word means full of hope or in a hopeful manner. But it is used more and more to mean I hope. So a lot of people say hopefully this or hopefully that, instead of saying, I hope that it'll be this. I hope that it'll be that. Okay? Exactly. Hopefully is informal and is actually an adverb. Shouldn't, like a lot of people are using it as something just to say at the beginning rather than saying I hope. So the formal thing is I hope. Number 16, kind of, sort of. Okay, a lot of people say the words kind of, meaning rather or somewhat. So instead of using those words, you can say somewhat. The weather is kind of warm for this time of year. The weather is somewhat warm. Okay? Number 17, kind of a, sort of a. The word a is redundant. What kind of a material is that? Okay, you can say what kind of material is that? Remove the word a. 18, lots and a lot. I hear a lot of people use this on a daily basis as well. They had lots of candy or they had lots of sleep or something like that, okay? the formal word is a lot of, or informal is a lot, okay? Formal is many, okay? 19, mad. Although this word once meant insane, that word or that use is now considered outdated. Mad is used informally to mean angry or upset, but is rarely used in formal English, okay? So obviously, when it says mad is used informally to mean angry or upset, we know that sometimes he's gone mad means he's gone insane, okay? So just watch when you're using that. Number 20, media or phenomena. These are plural forms which should be used with plural verbs. The singular forms are medium and phenomenon, okay? One natural phenomena is the aurora borealis or northern lights. That's substandard because phenomena is plural. So with that, you want to use a plural form. So one natural, or you can't say one natural, a natural or a couple of natural phenomena is aurora borealis, and then listing more others. Standard, which is correct, one natural phenomenon is aurora borealis or northern lights. Myself, when this pronoun is used incorrectly for the pronouns I or me, it is an affectation. Myself is correct when used intensively or reflexively. For example, okay, substandard, Mr. Smith presented the trophies to Tom and myself. Okay, what should that just be, class? To Tom and me. Okay, standard, I myself, that's kind of like emphasizing who you are. I myself shook hands with the president. Intensive, I treated myself to an ice cream cone. Okay, reflexive, you wouldn't say, I treated me to an ice cream cone. It's reflecting who you are. Okay, so those are the only two times when you'd be able to use it. Okay, 177 is homework, so let's do it together so you don't have to take it home. Page 177, the exercise. Cross out each error in diction, write the correct form above it. Okay, number 1, hopefully he will not be too angry when he finds out that the window was broken by Rodney and myself. Class? I hope he will not be too angry when the window was broken by Rodney and me. Good. Number 2, the media has promised to provide lots of coverage when the new queen visits this country next month. Okay? Look at the word media. Is that singular or plural? It's supposed to be plural, so what will we change here? Not medium. Okay, the medium has promised if we're going to keep the word has. Okay? But what verb do I need to change my helper verb to if it's plural? Have. Okay? Has to have. The media have promised. Okay? They have promised. It's plural. Yes, Ricky? To provide a lot of coverage. Good. Okay, we can also change that to another adjective meaning a lot of. Okay? Many coverage. What else? Your books has ample coverage. Just words like an adjective that would be better than using the word lots of. Okay? Number 3, it seems funny that this phenomena is sort of common in physics. Class? Funny to odd or unusual that this phenomena is good. Phenomena to phenomenon. Why? Good. Phenomena is plural. My verb is, which is singular. But would I also change sort of to? Somewhat common in physics. It is, or you can put the word rather. It seems unusual that this phenomenon is rather common in physics or somewhat common in physics. Number 4, the sailors searched the horizon hopefully, looking for some kind of a sign that land was near. Class? What was it, Gabby? Good, okay. Looking for some kind of a sign, you would take out to some kind of sign. Hopefully in this case is correct because it's not in place of I hope. You wouldn't say, the sailors searched the horizon, I hope. Okay, they searched hopefully. Hopefully is an adverb describing your verb there. And then number 5, a lot of captions for the yearbook are kind of humorous. Billy and myself wrote most of them. What do we change a lot of to, class? Many of the captions for the yearbook are kind of humorous. What do we change kind of to? Somewhat or rather, something other than kind of. And then Billy and myself wrote the most of them. Class? Billy and I. Billy and I wrote most of them. Okay? We'll go over diction number 4 and then review for our test on Friday over units 13 and 14. Okay? Go ahead, last thing, take out your vocab. You do have a quiz tomorrow over it. So let's go through those. You should have turned in your words 9A. Okay, make sure you're studying the commonly misspelled words on page 69. Okay, and then I'm going to go through the vocabulary words. Please read the definitions as we review them for tomorrow. Okay, abate. Okay, to lessen in force or intensity. Sorry, I'll give you guys a few minutes or a couple seconds to get there. Okay, page 70, page 70. We are in our vocab book, page 70. Shh. Yep. April 16th. Okay, and we'll go over more into depth of what I'm looking for because some people might write their vocab or their book report over the break. Okay? The book report in by April 16th. Okay, so which is why reading your book for your book report has been up on the board for the last week and a half. Okay?
Yeah, where are the rules?
Shh. What was it?
You said you go with the book report.
Yes, I just said I'll do it over this week. Okay, because some people will write their report over the break. Some people, obviously not all, but over the break, which is next week. Okay, number 2, abduct. Okay, that side of the class, please a little louder so that I can hear you guys participate. Number 3, appease. Number 4, censure. Number 5, condole. Number 6, corrode. Number 7, divulge. Number 8, embellish. Number 9, enamor. Number 10, encroach. Number 11, feign. And the number 12, perpetuate. Good. Okay, so that quiz will be tomorrow. Okay. Did we do exercise A yet on page 72? Shh, guys, page 72, did we do exercise A already? Okay, do that for homework tonight, okay? That'll help you study your words. Page 72, exercise A.
See you here in a second. All right, welcome distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, we're going to pray, and then we do have a pop quiz today, so make sure all food, phones, notes, books are now put away at this time. Everything's put away. Isaac, book away. If you didn't finish your homework, it was already due. Homework was due at the beginning of class, not in the middle or the end. All right, we're going to pray, and then we are going to get started. Any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. All right, pray for Sophia and her family. Okay, any other prayer requests? Oh, the volleyball game tomorrow, I believe. I believe you do, yes. Yep, yes, ma'am. All right, also Sophia's friend with driver's training. Yes, ma'am. Test, I heard you. What? Yes, for safety of everyone, I guess there's someone on loose right now. No, I know. It's crazy. I saw a bunch of helicopters up there the other day. Yeah. So pray for safety. Certain people on the res. There's a criminal on the loose. So pray for that of safety. Any other prayer requests? All right, we got a lot to do this week, so we're gonna pray and then get started. Make sure all your phones are put away, or else I will take them away. Come on, Isaac. Everyone, put your phones away, and everyone quiet at this time. Shh. Say it after, Lena. All right, let's pray. Dear Father, Lord, thank you for this beautiful weather. Thank you for everything you do for us. The blessings you've given us, Lord, whether it's the clothes or shoes that we have or the food you've given us for today. I just thank you for everything you do for us, Lord. Thank you for this coming week and weekend. Just a remembrance of what you've done for us, Lord, and why we have salvation and how we have salvation. Everything you did for us and went through for us. We just thank you for that. Thank you for the beautiful weather that we're supposed to have all week. Thank you for the ability to have volleyball this year, Lord, in school. I know it's not under the circumstances that we want by any means, but please allow the girls to just be able to execute and to work hard and to be able to understand how sports are supposed to work and to work together, whether we like everyone or not. Also, we pray for some special prayer requests, Lord. Please help Sophia's family, Lord, through this time. Everything that's going on, just give them some strength, Lord, and comfort, and just love on them during this time. Also, please help her friend as she has her driver's test today, Lord. Please help her to just be able to ace that as she's doing that. Also, please help Lena and safety of everyone and everyone on the res, Lord. As there's a criminal around, Lord, please just protect them during this time. Just have your hand upon them and make sure any evil that comes their way to just guide it in a different direction. Please help everyone to be safe. Please help today as we have this quiz for everyone to remember the reading and homework we did over this weekend. Hopefully they remember some of that. Please help the quiz, and then this week as we're trying to have a test by the end of this Friday as we get to enjoy Easter break next week, celebrating you, having fun with friends and family, getting some rest, making some memories. Please just help that. Please help all the distant learners to remain diligent in their work to make sure they're turning stuff in as some students have gotten behind. Please just help them if they're having anything going on. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. All right. Everyone sit up, put everything away, put your book away. Put everything away, Amethyst. All right, not saying you're trying to cheat, you're just messing around. All right, put everything away, sit up, sit up, pull out a piece of paper, put your name. Shh, guys, seriously, we got a lot to get through. Okay, pull out a blank sheet of paper, put everything away, put your name on the top, just put pop quiz, put the date. If you don't know the date, it is the 29th, so 3/29/21. Bless you. Okay, there's probably going to be 5 questions. Okay, I wouldn't write that down, so just put question number 1. We finished question number 1, then put question number 2. I wouldn't do 1 through 5 quite yet. Okay, some of these questions are going to be some of the notes we're doing today. Okay, so here we go. Hopefully you guys remember to do the homework and turn it in on time.
Yes, go.
I mean, given you started probably 5 minutes ago. All right, here we go. Shh. Question number 1. All right, in this reading, we obviously have some different people. We're talking about critical thinkers and philosophers that had their own idea, if you did the reading, okay, and did the homework. That's kind of what we're going to be talking about in this chapter, about different philosophies, ideals of different people. We're going to be talking about some art, all that different stuff. After spring break, we're going to be getting into that almost that World War I time era. We're going to start that after spring break. But this chapter is our last one. Sometime after, yes, ma'am. All right, but question number 1. Shh. It is a quiz, so no one talking right now. Okay, question number 1. Who was the German philosopher that said that the sense and the mind are the sole avenues of knowledge, and that man cannot know God or the soul by either of these avenues? Okay, who is the German philosopher? Okay, the last name's all I need. That said that the senses, talking about your 5 senses, and the mind, thinking, are the sole avenues of knowledge, the only way we can learn, and that man cannot know God or the soul by either of these avenues. Okay, that's question number 1. Shh, we'll go back to it. I'll say all of them at the end. Question number 2. Okay, this man, obviously I'm not going to say his name. It's the man that we cannot say his name. We are forbidden. Okay, but his philosophy, okay, he called his philosophy this. Okay, this idea, or his philosophy, led to the modernist ideas of man's spark of divinity and higher criticism of the Bible. Okay, basically, his philosophy, you have to know the name of it, said this. He saw the Bible as a man-made book of history, and that Jesus Christ as a just and good example to follow, but not as the Son of God, just as a man. Okay, what was his philosophy called? What is his philosophy called? Okay, so we talked about this man. It's not a hard question. I actually almost said the answer. I'm not going to repeat what I said, but I almost said the answer. Okay, because the question's kind of in the answer. Okay, it's very easy. Don't overthink it. Okay, so German philosopher, what is his name? He had a philosophy. What was it called? Yep. That talks about how the Bible is just a man-made history book, that Jesus was real, he was a good guy, but he's not the Son of God. Cherry down, please, Doug. Thank you, sir. Okay, that is questions 1 and 2. Question number 3. Okay, who is known as, okay, we've talked about it. It was in the homework. It's actually a term we've used before multiple times. Okay, but what group is known as religious liberals? Okay, another word for them. Okay, this group are called religious liberals. Okay, we talked about in last chapter. These are the people that basically, they would believe in the Bible just so like it'd make people better, but they didn't want any connection with God or to actually believe in the whole Bible because they still want to do their thing. Okay, what is that group of people called? They're known as, in the reading, religious liberals. Okay, remember we said they're basically oxymoron. They believe in the Bible, but just for their own reasoning, not for any real purpose. What are religious liberals? Okay, whether you did the reading or not, you should know this one because it was in last chapter. It's one of the last things we talked about.
But number 2, I don't think I know that one.
You know it. Once you hear it, you're going to be mad. I'm just saying. You will. Shh. Be quiet. I would just put down what you're thinking. Put down what you're thinking. I said the answer basically in the question. All right, here we go. Moving on. So we have 3 questions so far. Kind of going in a different area with these next questions. It's going to be over the second part of the reading. Okay, in the age of Metternich, Prince von Metternich, okay, he was known as the Prince of what? Okay, shh, guys, no talking. It's a quiz. It is a quiz. So quiz. It's a quiz. Okay, stop talking. In the age of Metternich, Prince von Metternich was known as the Prince of what? Okay, because he dominated the decision-making at Vienna the first half of the 19th century. Okay, he was called the Prince of this because he was basically the king of, or the prince of, okay, conversation, debates, communication, decision-making. What group of people really deal with all those things? That's a hint. Prince of this. Okay, it's a term that we know today, that people that deal with all those type of things in our country, okay, just put as close as you can. But Prince von Metternich was known as the Prince of what? Okay, and then last question. There's only 5, which could be a good thing or a bad thing for you guys. Shh. Okay, in this reading and in this chapter, we're going to talk about kind of 2 alliances in the early 19th century. Obviously, this is leading up to the World War I. We're not quite there yet. Okay, but there's 2 alliances that were made during this time. Okay, what was the alliance that composed of? I mean, it consisted of Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Great Britain. What alliance, and that's part of the answer, composed of Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Great Britain? Prussia with a P and Russia. No. Okay, it was known as a blank alliance. This is a hint. You might not know what it means, but this is a hint. Some of you still might not know what that means. This is a hint. Just saying, this is a hint. All right, any questions for the quiz? I'm going to quickly go through all the questions again. Don't do that. And then we will be done. Question number 1. The German philosopher, blank, said that the senses and the mind are the sole avenues of knowledge, and that man cannot know God or the soul by either of these avenues. Okay, we talked about what was this man's philosophy. Okay, basically stating that he saw the Bible as a man-made book of history, and that Jesus was a real person, but he was just a good guy. He wasn't really the Son of God. Okay, what was his philosophy called? What? Okay, something that might help with that question. This philosophy bases thought and action on the way one wishes things were rather than one's reality. That could probably help with that one maybe as well. Shh, think to yourself though. But what is the philosophy called? Okay, question number 3. What are religious liberals called? Okay, we learned this last chapter. Okay, it was one of the last things we talked about. It's a group of people that believe in the Bible, but only for their own personal reasons. Okay, they're known as religious liberals. We said it's an oxymoron because it is. Question number 4. Prince von Metternich, someone we're going to talk about here this chapter, was known as the Prince of what? Because he was dominated in decision-making, communication, conversation, debate. He dominated in that, so he is called the Prince of this, because this group of people do those things. I already told you. Your hint is this group of people do those things even today. They're known as this. Someone that goes to other places and talks about things. And this. I just said it. Prince von Metternich is known as the Prince of what? Because he dominated in decision-making in Vienna in the early 19th century. Again, a term, the Prince of this, because this is what people were called. Last one. Which alliance, which is part of the answer, which alliance composed of Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Great Britain? There's no talking. This is a quiz unless you would like to get a 0. Shh. Nope, that's it. Nope, that's it. Okay, there is no bonus on this, so you may exchange quizzes with the person next to you. Pull out a red pen. Okay, quickly do this, and we're going to grade it quickly. We do need to start the chapter today because my goal is to finish it before the end of the week so we can have our test on Friday. Because you guys do not want to be tested after spring break because you will remember nothing. Doug, put your chair down. I'm not going to ask again. Rick, keep your chair down. Everyone quiet. Okay, did everyone exchange quizzes, and does everyone have a red pen? She's handing you one right now. Sure. Make sure all pens, pencils, and everything are put away. Laptops put away because you don't need it out right now. It shouldn't have been out anyways during that time. A laptop's considered like a phone, so don't have it out. It's electronic. Shh. Guys, quiet. Did everyone exchange? And everyone has a red pen or something opposite than what they use. Can't use a pencil, dude. There you go. You can use that. All right, here we go. Question number 1. The answer is Immanuel Kant. You just need Kant. K-A-N-T. Kant. Okay, his philosophy was known as what? Idealism. Shh. Guys, quiet. If you have a question, raise your hand. I don't need elaborate expressions. Okay, question number 3. Religious liberals are known as modernists. Question number 4. Prince von Metternich is known as Prince of Diplomats.
I have a question. Was he just
That even was diplomatic. Because I was like, that's
Put minus 2 points. Minus 2 points. Each question is worth 20 points, so don't whine. Put minus 2 points. If you put diplomacy, put minus 2 points. If they put diplomacy, put minus 2 points. Then that is correct, so you shouldn't even be asking. All right, in question number 5, Austria, Prussia, Russia, and Great Britain were known as the Quadruple Alliance. Okay, obviously they're known as something else later on, but that's what they're known as this right now. All right, pass all the quizzes back to the owner quickly, and then pass it to the inner aisles. I will collect those. Discipliners, make sure you turn in those in, or else you will receive a 0. Guys, quickly do that. Pull out your notes, and we are going to begin this lesson. Like I said, we got a lot to do and a little bit of time to do it. Yikes. Yikes.
I got him all right.
Yikes. Yikes.
Bro, I got 2 wrong.
I literally said we're probably gonna have a pop quiz. We're probably gonna have a pop quiz. Yikes. Obviously you didn't read it very good. All right, everyone. What did I say? Turn in the quiz, pull out your notes, be quiet. You guys waste so much time of class because I have to tell you to be quiet 1,000 times. Obviously, that's an exaggeration. There's a lot more than 20. Adrian, sunglasses off, pull out your notes. Isaac, collar down. Collar down. Collar down. All right, we're going to begin our lesson. So no one talking at this time so we can get through everything I want to get through. Okay, if you guys are listening and quiet and not talking and not being distracted, then you'll get the notes down quickly. All right, this is chapter 21. A lot of the stuff you guys should already know since you did the reading, you did the homework, so that's why I can go through it quickly. Okay, we're talking about this 19th century, this first third. I hate to say Shemaiah chord. It always shorts. Come on. There we go. The first third of the 19th century is known as the Romantic period of art, music, and literature, like I said, which I had mentioned. Okay, this is kind of leading up to, obviously, World War I, which we're going to be talking about next chapter. Okay, but this is kind of what's going on. Okay, a lot of different philosophies, a lot of different people's minds are growing, so they think now they're too smart for God. Okay, they can do their own thing. Okay, but they are excelling in art, music, and literature during this time. This is some paintings during this time that would have been painted.
Whoa, that's actually dope.
That would have kind of been the style at this time.
Those are actually nice.
Come on, hurry up. We got to go quickly. Adrian, keep your chair down.
Well, you're not that good at it.
Doug, Derek, I'm serious. Adrian, Rick, everyone, be quiet. I don't want your comments right now. You can comment after class. All right, those are paintings that were kind of going on during this time, so just so you can get a look of what art, the abilities they had during that time.
We're getting into cars now.
Okay, during this time, there are 5 great English poets that dominated all of Romantic period. Okay, you probably know most of these names, or at least some of them. Okay, the first one, I'm sure all of you know, William Wordsworth.
Yes, I know I do.
Okay, not saying you know anything he did. Okay, we're not going to really talk about it. I'm sure you've heard the name Wordsworth. If you guys have ever had to do poems in your spelling book, I'm sure one of them were done by him. Okay, Samuel Taylor Coleridge. That would be one you probably have not heard of. Lord Byron, which you probably also have not heard of.
I've actually heard of that guy.
Yeah, me too.
Okay, Percy Bysshe Shelley. And then John Keats. You probably have heard of that one.
Percy, I know is Percy Jackson. Sorry.
John Keats.
18th century what John Keats?
Okay, again, you don't have to know each of those word for word. But just be familiar if there's a question like list one of the 5 great English poets that dominated the Romantic period. Just put one. All right, but we're going to be talking about today a bunch of different guys that kind of excelled in their area during this Romantic period. Again, what does the Romantic period cover? What 3 things?
Art, literature, and music.
There you go. Musico. Okay, first we have Victor Hugo.
Wait, that's from Cars, bro.
Okay, this is the Romantic era. This is the Romantic era novelist. Okay, he is most famous for his works that you guys probably have heard of, Les Miserables and The Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Les miserable.
I mean, it is. It is Miserables. Remember this. Okay, and The Hunchback of Notre Dame or Dame, whichever you guys say. Okay, but Victor Hugo is known for these things. Quickly write them down, be focused. Okay, he led in novelists. Okay, Eugene, if I say names wrong, I'm sorry, I apologize. Eugene Delacroix. Okay, he was a Romantic era painter. Delacroix. Delacroix. Okay, he is known for his works, mostly the harem. The harem.
Wait. Is there a bunch of like chicks around one guy in that specific context?
I don't know.
Sincerely asking.
Probably. It's probably why I didn't show it.
No.
But no, I don't think so, to be honest.
No. It's usually around like one.
Shh. I said no talking, and there's a lot of talking. Okay, our next person is known as Goethe. Okay, he was a romantic era writer from Germany. Obviously, Germany is going to be rising during this time. Okay, Goethe. He's a Romantic era writer from Germany. His works, most famous works, were Faust and The Sorrows of Young Werther. Probably not. Okay, again, you don't need to know everything about this, all these people, but just be familiar, like basically know what they did, what they excelled in. Shh, Doug, quiet. Okay, our next man is Richard Wagner. Quickly write it down, Austin. Our next man is Richard Wagner. He's a Romantic era composer from Germany. Okay, meaning what?
That he was white.
He led in what? Composer means he led in music. You know, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. You know, dude, you're asking the wrong guy. This is early 19th century, so I have no idea. No, I can't go back and get it from a friend after class. Shh. Okay, his works consist almost entirely of operas. Okay, like Phantom of the Opera, that'd be like a more present day one that we probably know because they still do. The Phantom of the Opera. That, you know what I'm talking about? Angel of Music, you know what I'm saying? All right, his genius was evident, again, as I say 1,000 times, Austin. The notes are not mine. The slides are, but the notes are not. Okay, his genius was evident in his use of leitmotifs, or leitmotifs, or however you say it. Obviously, it's a German word. I can't speak German.
He looked like Abraham Lincoln, but he pulled his mask like.
Because they go together. They're both number 6 because they go together.
Dude, he looks like he's
Shh, Adrian,
but with his mask pulled down.
amethyst. Quiet. Okay, these leitmotifs. Okay, what are they there? It is a German word for a guiding theme in musical work. Okay, especially in the area of opera or piece for, not faux, for program music. Okay, for program music. So for like plays, for productions.
If it's one thing I kind of want to do, is go like see sites with this cool. I think he'd be fun to go to park with.
He'd be like boring.
And then he goes at the big guys like awesome.
All right, the Romantic period emphasized this area, this early 19th century, emphasized, the word is, this is a key word, you want to know this for any quiz or test, feeling. Okay, so the Romantic area, if you could put one word to it, it dealt with feelings. Okay, art, music, literature, it was all towards feelings. Shh. The heart rather than the head was the force behind, guys, I am serious. Stop talking. It's not hard. Wait till after class. Okay, this period, the heart rather than the head, was the force behind the Romantic literature, music, and art. This emphasis produced mainly especially beautiful paintings and music compositions. Okay, everything that they did, certainly during this time, was pointed towards these feelings. Kind of like even today still, music is pointed a lot of times towards feelings, whether it's anger or love or sadness or happiness, okay, or whatever you listen to for whatever reasons. Okay, that's what music for. It goes all the way back to the Bible. Okay, music originally was for worship, okay, glorification, okay, thankfulness. No. Okay, like I said during this time also, when we talked about some men, this, although it was the Romantic period, was also a time of philosophies. Okay, some different philosophies that were kind of spreading during this time. Okay, some old and some new. The first is pantheism, which we've probably heard of this one before. Pantheism, which is the false idea that God is not separate from nature, but that nature is of God. Okay, the view of man that emerged from the period was one of the great respect for the individual in his liberty and a strong faith in the common man. Okay, and saying nature is God. Okay, they'd worship trees, the sun, the whatever. Okay, rather than worshiping the Creator who made all of them. Shh. Say it later, please. Not that I don't care, but we have a lot to go through. A few more before class is over. Okay, our next one is revolutionary nationalism. If you miss a note, do not say something. Just ask a friend and get it later. Okay, revolutionary nationalism. This is Europeans' desire to break loose from established governments and rule based upon natural boundaries of national origin. Okay, this is where we see a lot of countries being made. Okay, we've already seen and talked about a few, like the Netherlands, Spain, Portugal, okay, England, obviously, because we talked about so much. All these other countries are breaking loose right before this period. Okay, that's called revolutionary nationalism. We saw that happen in France. Okay, all these different countries that we've talked about in the last couple chapters. It is true. It is true. It took them a while to learn. Derek, Doug. Shh. Okay, a term when political things don't have any organization, any focus. Okay, in the word, if they're disorder and there's violence. Okay, the term is, and when there's a lack of government, which we still see today, there is the word anarchy. Okay, anarchy, which is when there's political disorder and violence, lack of any real government. Okay, that's why we see all these things focusing and bringing people together during this time. Yes, that is a more present day symbol, but yes. Yeah, like I said, it's more present day. Okay, by the end of the 18th century, Germany had turned its Christianity into a cold, intellectual process embodied in the state church. What was the state church?
Catholic Church?
Nope. What was the state church? We talked about that. It was a church that people were forced to go to by the government. Okay, this is what was going on in Germany. So again, when those happen, when people are being forced, there was no real desire for it. Okay, so it was cold. People didn't really care. It was just whatever. I'm doing it because I have to. It wasn't because they needed to or they wanted to. Okay, German intellectuals were leaders in the development of anti-Christian philosophies, which brings us to some of the people we talked about in our quiz, had in our homework, some of the people we're going to talk about today in the last 5 minutes of class. Okay, anti-Christian philosophies first, none other than Immanuel Kant, which is who we've already talked about. Okay, Immanuel Kant said that the senses and our minds, so our thinking process, what we can feel, what we can see, what we can hear. Okay, and the mind are the sole avenues of knowledge, and that man cannot know God or the soul by either of these avenues. Basically saying, hey, there is no relationship between God and man. Okay. God has no influence on us. We have no influence on him or whatever God is. That's basically what he's saying. Okay, Kant's philosophy is known as, and we should already know these answers for some of them. I got to keep on moving. Idealism. Okay, again, this is Kant's philosophy. Bases thought and action on the way one wishes things were, rather than one or on reality. Okay, this led to modernist ideas of man, okay, known as the spark of divinity, the higher criticism of the Bible. Okay, this idealism, certainly in Germany, but throughout Europe, replaced God's authority with man's authority. You want to know that last phrase. Idealism replaced God's authority with man's authority. Okay, what belief, okay, we've talked about it, puts man's authority above God's authority? What general belief? And we talked about it throughout our whole history book. Nope. Humanism. Okay, we see it coming back into these now in particular or very particular types of beliefs and philosophies. Okay, our next man that had also a different philosophy, a German philosopher as well. Again, a lot of these philosophies originating in Germany at this time. Okay, J.W.F. Hegel. Okay. Yep. Well, if you look at him and then see what he did, it makes sense. Okay, he's a German philosopher who introduced dialect thinking. He believed that the world is in a constant state of conflict and change, and that the result is continual progress. Conflict is good because it creates a better world. Okay, so basically he's the guy who thinks, hey, it's okay if people die. It will make our world better.
Hashtag adhesive.
Okay, again, G.W.F. Hegel. What? Are you creeped out by him? What? Oh, that's scary. Okay, J.W.F. Hegel made, again, this dialect thinking. Dialect thinking. Okay, dialect thinking is the idea that one fact or idea, dialect thinking, idea or a thesis, works against a contradictory fact or an antithesis to create a new fact known as a synthesis. Okay, this is what J.W.F. Hegel did and made. Okay, probably our last note for today as we're running out of time after you guys finish this one. Okay, and then those who are going to lunch can enjoy the beautiful weather we have today and this week. Okay, but before Kant and Hegel's philosophies became popular, people in the Western world had based their reasoning processes upon certain unchangeable truths. Right before this time, okay, religion was super high, whether you were Catholic or not, whether you actually believed in the Bible or not, things were based or supposed to be based upon the church or the Bible. Okay, whether you were a Catholic and you believed just through the priest and the church, okay, you're still religious, or you were more considered like a Protestant, one who read the Bible, believed in the Bible, learned from the Bible, lived by the Bible. Okay, now these ideas and philosophies, Doug, put your chair down, please. Okay, were completely against, certainly Hegel's and Kant's philosophies, they were against what the Western world was used to. Okay, so it took a little while of change, but people gradually gravitated towards these different ideals. Okay, we're going to talk about more of these men and more men tomorrow, kind of how they affected the beginning of the 19th century. Then we're going to move into what was going on, kind of the setting for the 19th century tomorrow. Again, we're trying to get through these notes quickly, so make sure tomorrow, okay, we struggled for a little bit. Okay, when we get in class starts, okay, we're quiet and we got to go. We got to rush quickly. All right, so we can have review time by the end of the week and have our test on Friday. Okay, because if we're talking and we miss out on our review day, that's on you. We're still having the test on Friday. Does everyone understand? All right, for you guys, there is no homework tonight, so you can enjoy that. You guys had that quiz today, so we'll have a grade from that. Hopefully, we can learn from our mistakes. When I say pop quiz 1,000 times, it probably means we're going to have what, Isaac? A pop quiz. All right, that is it for today. Distant learners, let me know if you have any questions. Make sure you're turning in all your work, whether quizzes, homework, or else you will receive a 0. Let me know if you have any questions. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to geometry. We're going to get started. Go ahead and get out your textbooks. Go to page 160. If you're not in geometry, your choices are to be silent or to get out. If you're in geometry, your choices are to be silent or get demerits.
That's biased.
Sounds right. Number 19, here we go. We're on page 160. We're in section F of 319. We're on the last day. We're on the last day, finally. Provided you guys stop talking over me, because there's actually 4 proofs today, because one of the questions is 2 disguised as 1. So, look, quiet down. Number 19, prove that a parallelogram, not a rectangle, circumscribed about circle O, or about a circle, excuse me, is a rhombus. I started reading the wrong thing. All right, so we have a parallelogram that's not a rectangle. The reason it's not a rectangle is because we've already proven a rectangle circumscribed about a circle is a square. So technically, a parallelogram circumscribed about circle O, if it were a rectangle, would still be a rhombus. It's just a square. So we're just not considering that case. All right. So we're considering a non-rectangle circumscribed about circle O. We're to prove that it's a rhombus. We have the diagram and are given here. Let's go ahead and settle down. We have our given as step 1, step 2. We're going to draw our 2 dotted lines because that seems like a good idea. So did I. All right, now, we know that if it's circumscribed, we have tangents by, definition. So AE equals AF. CG equals CH. DH equals DE. And BG equals BF. Because tangents to a circle from an external point are equal. All right. So then, with the lines I've just drawn, what did I just create? What kind of triangles? You're helpful. Isosceles triangles. Good. Thank you. Oh, rip. This is just definition. All right, so I also know, ladies, gentlemen, my point is that you're interrupting my class. Okay, y'all are just kind of taking turns with it today, and I'm not appreciating it. Okay, seriously, you have 2 choices. Stop interrupting me or get demerits. I'm done. All right. Now, other thing I know, parallelogram. What do I know about opposite angles? Whoops. All right, now, I have isosceles triangles, so what do I know about the base angles? Yep. So angle AEF equals angle AFE. That should be equals, not minus. Oh my goodness. I don't even know how I messed up that badly. Yeah, I'm thinking through. I wrote myself notes on this proof about changing the way the book words things, and I forget why. But I'm going to go ahead and trust my notes.
Nice haircut. Thumbs up. 10 out of 10. 5 stars.
So angle AEF is equal to angle CGH, because if the vertex angles of two isosceles triangles are equal, the other are equal also. Okay, that's from exercises 214 number 5, although we've used that one quite a bit. But that's where that's from. Yes, we could then make a whole string like number 6 and just throw an equal sign in the middle. That would be fine. We just don't need the rest of them. So number 8. Angle AEF equals half of, can you not do this? Okay, arc EF, and angle CGH equals half arc GH. Yeah, I know, I'm sorry. Here. Oh, wait. There, does that make you feel better? All right. So half arc EF must equal half arc GH. Yep. No, but we're moving on. Leave me alone. Number 10. So arcs EF must equal GH just by multiplication. Multiplying both sides by 2. Whoops. All right. If I have equal arcs, what does that mean about the chords? They're equal. So EF equals GH. Then, okay, I have, based on side angle congruent triangles, so delta AEF, sorry, no, triangle AEF why can't I use the cool. I can't find the congruent symbol right now, so we're just going to go as close as possible. This one will have to do. Still bugs me that they don't have one in the math part of Google. Moving on. By SAA. All right. So we have those pieces. By CPCTE, then AF equals CG. We know that AFB is equal to AF plus BF, and CGB is equal to CG plus BG. Okay. We have AF equal to CG. We had earlier, I think, that BF equals BG. Yeah, up here. So we had those two. Whoops. We had those two pieces. So altogether, that works by substitution. And then that is by definition of rhombus. We have two adjacent sides that are equal. All right. So you guys need to make sure to add number 19 to your proven statements. A parallelogram, not a rectangle, circumscribed about a circle is a rhombus. It's just everything after prove that, ladies. Yep. 22. All right, you guys have it in your book if you aren't. That was 19. That's unfortunate for you. Should bring it to class.
Sometimes, like, seconds before I know Mr. S is going to say something, I just still get like...
You should check the doc for Friday's proven statements if you were not here.
So wait, which one is it? That we have to copy down?
19.
Which proven statements do we do? Like, which ones did we do? Do you know? Off the top of your head?
What, that you missed?
Yeah.
No?
Okay, great, fabulous.
Again, check the doc. They're all in there. Or the stream.
It's not about the geometry proofs. It's about the
Okay. Number 22. Two tangents are drawn to circle O at the ends of a diameter and intersect segment PQ on a third tangent. We're to prove that POQ is a right angle. All right. So we have our given circle O, diameter AB, tangents PA and QB. Line PQ, tangent to circle O at R, and radius OR. Okay, and we're to prove that we have a right angle. So number 1, we have our given. Number 2. Today's the last day. PA is parallel to QB. Tangents at the end of a diameter are parallel. Oops. That makes... Hold on. Got it. Okay. Angle APR plus angle BQR equals a straight angle. Because if two parallel lines are cut by a transversal, the sum of the two interior angles on the same side of the transversal is equal to a straight angle. Now, angle APO is equal to angle RPO, and angle BQO is equal to angle RQO, because the tangents to a circle from an external point make equal angles with the line joining that point with the center. Angle APR is equal to angle APO plus angle BPO.
Why do you know that?
I'm sorry, RPO.
Can you give me a reason?
That's your job. Angle BQR equals angle BQO plus angle RQO. I'm going to have to split that up. In Word, I could just do Shift Enter. I'm not bitter. It just creates a new equation. Like, it just separates it. Oh my goodness. Why on earth would I want that? Why would I ever want that?
You got your prank by Justin Crank. Gosh, did you just hit backspace and got rid of it? Oh. Okay, I thought
I cut and paste. Chill. All right, number 5. Our reason for this is whole equals sum of all parts.
I got it first. He said it before we even started doing for
Number 6.
How do you know it's
Angle APO I'm surprised /angel doesn't just make like a little angel symbol just to like mock developers. All right, anyway, because it's something like a programming language like this would do. All right, angle APO equals, no, plus, oh my goodness, angle RPO plus angle BQO plus angle RQO. Oh,
That's the one that didn't change. You spelled angle wrong.
equals straight angle. I misspelled straight. Stop it. This is by substitution. No. Wait, yes. Yeah, we just have it twice in a row. Okay. So we had that APR and BQR equals a straight angle, so we plugged in the parts. But we know that APO and RPO are equal, so we can plug in different parts. This makes sense. Angle RPO plus angle RPO plus angle RQO plus angle RQO equals a straight angle. What is wrong with me? I know how to spell. All right, also substitution. Oh, that had to be really loud on stream because I was right next to my mic. Sorry. All right.
I'm gonna go back to that point.
Number 8, 2 angle RPO equal plus angle 2 angle RQO equals a straight angle. Oh, right, that needs to not be in math mode. This is by addition or multiplication. You know what? No, I'm not having this argument again. Algebraic simplification.
Just to know what's going on stream, I just put it on my phone. Like, it's like, it sounds like a book like font.
It's like right there. Oh, man, sorry. I didn't even think about it. It's just my hands are sore, so. Let's see here. Well, that means if we divide everything by 2, we get a right angle. So angle RPO plus angle RQO equals a right angle. Please sit down. Yeah, we divided everything by 2, man. Okay. Or multiply by 1/2, but we're not getting into that in here. All right, so, what? Oh, notice how we have a triangle POQ, okay? Well, if we have RPO and RQO gives me a right angle, that means this has to be a right angle by the fact that there's only a straight angle and a right triangle. So angle POQ plus angle RPO plus angle RQO equals a straight angle. Sum of angles in a triangle is straight. Oh my goodness, I know it's a first. Angle. So just by subtraction,
Oh, no, it did not. I'm sorry. My ball fell off my desk and then it hurt.
so by just subtraction, we have a right angle. So add to your proven statements, if 2 tangents are drawn at the ends of a diameter and a third tangent is drawn, then the points of intersection of the 2 tangents with the third, along with the center of the circle, will form a right angle. That's as condensed as I could make it. Yeah.
All the words that are purple we have to add to the statement, or does it have to say add to the statement?
If it's in purple, okay. Not everything you need to add will be in purple, but everything in purple you need to add.
Say that again for me. Because like number 8,
That makes a lot of sense.
but it didn't say add to the statement, so I was like, I guess.
If it's starred in the book, add it.
This is 25, right?
That was 22. It's not starred, so I don't care. Look, we got enough to do in here. Huh? No. All right, and the number 29 is actually 2 questions rolled into one. And I love it when textbooks do that so much.
Dude, that's our entire history homework. Literally, they're like, Mr. Cole's like, I'll only give you number 1. Number 1 has 4 questions. What you talking about? Only number 1.
There's 4
A, B, C, D.
And then there's like 10 more subdivisions under those subdivisions.
So give you a question like based off that question. There's
Yeah, physics textbooks are the worst at that. You only have 2 questions, with parts A through F, and each of those has subparts I through quadruple I. Yeah, lowercase Roman numerals. Yeah, yeah. You know a textbook is having too much fun when. All right, anyway. So number 29, just to start talking through it, because I'm leaving the purple on the screen for a minute. We are proving that the 2 common external tangents and the 2 common internal tangents to 2 unequal circles intersect on the lines of centers. They won't necessarily intersect with each other. Does that make sense? So this is actually 2 cases disguised as one. This is a horribly worded question. Yes, I'm judging them horribly. Okay, so this is actually 2 separate proofs. There's actually 2 separate proofs, so we'll take this in 2 cases. First of all, we're going to deal with the external tangents, then we'll go through and deal with the internal tangents. Okay? So that's what we're doing here. So you'll notice I'm going to have 2 diagrams, 2 proofs, because this is actually 2 questions.
Great, good to know. Fantastic, fabulous.
Yep.
22 minutes and 46, no, 47, no, 48, no, 49.
Can you not?
Which one? Nope, 2. Nope, 3 now.
Excuse me. All right, so there's the diagram. We have our given above, so we're going to go right into drawing. Okay, this is going to sound dumb. Bear with me. We're going to draw RO and RP.
Wait, isn't that already drawn?
Exactly.
They are key.
So why are we drawing?
Like I said, you just have to bear with me for a minute. So we have circles O and P not equal and common external tangents AB and CD intersecting at point R. Our whole goal is to prove that OR is the line of centers. Okay, so we need to basically treat these as separate lines until we prove that they're the same line, which is the entire goal of what we're doing. Okay? So 2 points determine a line, so I can do that. So angle ARO is equal to angle CRO and angle BRP.
Sometimes people ask me, Amethyst, why do you say dog water even though you're not a gamer?
Excuse me. Excuse me. Angle BRP equals angle DRP as well, just because tangents to a circle from an external point form equal angles with the line joining that point with the center of the circle. Now, I know that RO then bisects angle ARC, and RP bisects angle DRP. No, ARD. I started looking at the wrong thing. Yep. By definition, a bisector. See reason 3. All right. There can only exist one line that bisects an angle. So RO and RP are one line. This should really be worded this way, but moving on.
Bisect angle bird.
Or is line of centers by definition of line of centers?
RO bisect.
It's a line that goes through the centers. What do you want from me?
Oh, yo, you're bisecting an angle arc?
RO bisect angle arc.
Yeah.
Stop playing with me.
I know.
Or is the line of centers.
All right, moving on.
Hey, Douglas, look. RO and RP are one line. Or is the line of centers.
All right, so that's with external tangents. We're going to do this again, but with internal tangents. So we have this diagram here. That's a great question. If you were paying attention, you knew the answer.
Yeah, I wish I did have an answer. Ew. Oh, a tumor.
All right, so we are given circles O and P, common internal tangents A and B, CD intersecting at R, tangents AB and CD, there we go, intersecting at R. We're to prove that ORP equals, or is the line of centers. I don't know why I said equals. All right, so we have common, we have that. 2, angle ARO equals angle CRO. And angle DRP is equal to angle BRP. Tangents to a circle from an external point form equal angles with the line joining that point with the center of the circle.
You forget so many articles and essays that if I was reading it, I could just read it. Tangents to circle from external point equal angle with line. Mr. Rice, I have a question. What were the 19 to 20 statements or just 20?
It is 19, 22, and 29.
Oh, shit.
Number 3.
I like how this class I'm actually paying attention.
It was not in purple.
Excuse me? I told you not everything you need to add will be in purple. I actually said those exact words. All right, listen up, guys. Number 3. All right, that makes OR the bisector of angle arc, and PR bisects angle BRD. All right. I also know that ARC and DRB have to be equal. Yep. Now, what? What? Okay, there had to have been a better way to go about this. Guys, listen up. Anyway, I'm keeping their wording because I don't feel like figuring out the 3 other paths that I would need to take. But this is stupid. Because we already established this, but whatever. I don't know why we're going in circles, but whatever. Anyway, we can do all that to say this. Angle CRO equals angle DRB. Nope, that's wrong. DRP. This is just by halves. This is just division. Like, no, division. Let's call it what it is. All right. I argue the necessity of adding 0.5, but I don't feel like going into it. So, number 7. Angle CRO plus angle ORA plus angle ARD equals straight angle. Why might this be true? You are very close to the idea. I'm going to give it to you, but the real thing here is the sum of all the angles about a point on one side of a straight line is a straight angle. But yeah, you're right. It is the same general idea. It's iffy. This is a better reason.
Like you could interpret it as that.
Kinda. Yeah, it's not great. Yeah. All right. Angle ORA plus angle ARD equals angle ORD equals sum of all parts. All right, so then angle CRO, nope. Angle DRP, oh, okay, plus angle ORD equals a straight angle. Guys, we actually substituted two different things in here. So we took, in step 7, we substituted DRP for CRO from step 6. And then we substituted ORD for these two using step 8. So that's what just happened there. Altogether gives us a straight angle. Okay. That means that ORP must be a straight line. Yeah, that was the whole point. Yep. Then it's the line of centers by definition.
Okay, crossover.
Yes, but actually,
Psych, there's more to this. There's a third part.
All right. That concludes 319. Finally. All right, so let's go ahead and discuss a couple things. You will have test 6 tomorrow and Wednesday. Tomorrow you'll be... Yes. I announced it last week. Yeah. It may have been on Friday, but I announced it last week. I told you guys it was coming. I told you guys once we're done with 319, we have a test.
No.
Yes.
Wait, test 6, you said? Test 6 tomorrow and Wednesday.
Yes. Okay. So here's what's going to happen. Tomorrow you're going to be handed a packet of 3 proofs. They will be take home. Chill. They'll be due Wednesday. Okay. They have to be back Wednesday. There will be no grace on it. All right. So you'll be handed the proofs tomorrow. They'll be due Wednesday. Wednesday you'll take your terms portion. Okay. This test has quite a fair amount of bonus from anything before 3.9. They are labeled which ones are which, so you don't have to worry about that. It's only on the terms portion, though. So your proofs overall are worth 30 points of your test. Your terms portion will actually be worth 93 points of your test, I think.
Good talk.
Yeah.
so if you get them all right, you can essentially get a 100 point.
Wait, how does
Something like that. Don't quote me on the exact number, but yeah, it's roughly around there. Yes. The required portion is over 3.9 to 3.19. The bonus questions can be from anywhere in the book so far. Hence why they're bonus.
even like before? Or like
From 1.1, from 1.1 through 3.19.
oh goody, let me just go refresh my memory of all that.
That's why they're bonus.
I can't tell if Anna did these on test.
No, that quiz is now part of the test. Because if I don't give test 6 as a semester exam, I pull that proof in there. So that way, yeah. So it's part of your packet of proofs you're getting tomorrow. That is one thing I do want to mention, especially distance learners. The third page of your proofs thing will be a quiz. That's intentional. It is part of your test. I've rewritten. The next one. I don't know what to tell you there. Yes, like it will say bonus or required. Hey, Gabby, you're still in my class. Okay, anyway. Oh, apparently the screensaver done. Okay, moving on. Also, just as a note, Thursday, Friday, we will have normal class. The only reason I'm specifying that is just because some people are probably going to be done early. But what we're going to be doing is 320, which is basically proving our constructions that we've already learned. So I want to knock those out before the break, and then that way when we come back, we can learn new things. I don't think so. I'll double check, though.
So we're taking the terms.
Do we have our constructions proven? I thought we did, too. If I don't have to, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, we did. Look. Yeah, we talked about why we could improve constructions. I remember that. It was in
No, we went back and did each one.
Oh, then we're good. Then why do they have me proving the constructions?
I was gonna ask that because I was like, I thought we already did that. Remember, because we were like, I was like, this is so stupid.
We did? When did we do this?
Like a long time ago.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you all because I felt like we had done it too.
It was like after we finished a section in 2 point, like, was it 2.17 or something?
Okay.
Section around there, and then you're like, actually, we're going back, and you're like, why? And you were like, oh yeah.
And you guys were proving all of our constructions that we did before, and we even like made some like triangles to like this stuff.
Yeah, I remember this now.
No.
I'm just trying to remember when this was. Then why are we doing it again? Abeka, I have issues with you. Call me.
Refresh.
That's right. I'm calling you out on stream. All right.
Dude, guys, we should sell drugs together.
Excuse me, Amethyst. No, you're done. When did we cover this? Guys, excuse me. Anyway, provided we've already done it, we won't do it again, and then Thursday and Friday will be done. Yeah, I'm trying to see if we've... I'm trying to figure out when we proved our constructions, because it doesn't feel right. But at the same time, I feel like we did, so like...
Yeah, so, okay, Gabby, you're the one doing all the calculations. So the person who has like the calculator.
All right, well, we'll deal with Thursday and Friday when we get to it. Distance learners, I'll see you guys later.
Good almost afternoon, DLs. Okay, Doug. Douglas, Amethyst, Gabby.
Mr. Brown!
Quiet down, please. Okay. Okay, DLs, welcome. We're starting a new chapter, chapter 12. Okay. I'll get, as soon as your tests come in, I'll get those graded for the DLs. Everybody else got theirs back already. So we'll work on that. Get those to me ASAP, like right away. Okay. Don't forget, this week is the end of the grading period. Okay. So make sure that you are getting everything that you need done. Okay. Just a quick reminder also that your verse quiz, Proverbs 20, verse 1. 20, verse 1 is on Thursday, not Friday this week. Okay. Okay, let's jump into, we're talking about electronics today in this chapter. Okay. What's Good Friday? It's the day before, the Friday before, well, it's basically the day that Christ went into, or went for his trials. Okay. Right? Am I right on that?
Yeah.
Is that date on? Yeah. Okay. And then by Jewish law, no one could be on the cross or being hung at Passover, which is Sunday. So that's why Resurrection Day is Sunday, Easter. Okay. I mean, there's more to it than that, but that's the gist of it, yeah. Okay, the foundations of electronics. Shh. Here were your early devices that people used, okay, for communication. Prior to the 1900s, they were the electric motor. Communication and just shh, and the a source of electricity. So you had your electric motor. You had your electric lamp. You had your telegraph, which we talked about in the last chapter with the Morse code. And then you had the telephone. Okay? Just a curiosity question. Not based upon this phone, but this phone right here, the last one, this telephone, you had to see that little crank on the right side? You had to crank it up so that you could talk. And then the receiver on the left side, you put that up against your ear, and you had to stand close enough because that hole looking thing in the middle, in the very front, was what you spoke into. Okay? So you had to stand real close to it and speak right into the phone itself, the receiver. Okay? But look where we've come from. Now, my question is this. How many of you think that you could call your friend using a dial phone?
Oh, you mean this? Dude, for sure, it's so easy.
I'm very sure.
I can text you from that. It's so easy.
Okay.
I got this like.
Well, problem is I don't memorize my friend's phone number.
Oh,
Like 1, 3, 2, 3, 2, 3.
Well, that's the problem.
how old is she? 47?
That's the problem. I mean, you sit there going, you know, and it took a while. We used to have what they called party lines. Okay? Party lines. Shh. Hey, Ricky and Andrew, put your phones away. We used to have what was called party lines, which meant that we didn't have our own line going into our house. Okay? So people in our neighborhood or someplace, they could pick up their receiver and they could listen to our conversation. Okay? They could talk too. Okay? And people were, for the most part, considerate. They lifted up, they heard people talking, oh, they put it back down, okay? But there were times that you did not hear the receiver go back down, okay? And so you knew that they were sitting there listening, and then they'd pick it up, listen, put it down. Pick it up, listen, put it back down. Pick it up, listen, put it back down. And what you knew they were doing is they were saying, hang up, I want the phone, you know? And so it was such a nice thing when they got away from the party lines, okay? Well, scientists discovered that, or the electrons, okay, in the flow of electric current in the 1980s, which led to what we're talking about today, electronics, okay? So here's a little bit of a timeline on the picture. I don't know if you can totally make it out. 400 BC, Greeks invented the concept of the atom, okay? Columbus discovers the West in 1492. Shh, pay attention, okay? New experiments and laws were established in the late 1700s. Okay, according to this, John Dalton and the atomic theory of matter were in 1803. And now Thomas discovers the electron in 1900 or thereabouts. Okay? Now, so here is what electronics is. Shh, Gabby and Lena. We talk about electronics. We use electronics all the time. Okay? I just told the guys to get off their phones. That's electronics. I'm using electronics right now because I have my notes on a computer. Okay? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Shh. Electronics is just the branch of study of electricity that deals with the behavior and the motion of the electrons in a vacuum or a specific material. Now, the field of electronics led to the following avenues of technology. We got our radios, okay? And it started off with those little transistor radios, okay? Pocket-sized radios that you had to curve the dial on, okay, to get okay? And you had to pull the antenna out, okay? You had your televisions, started off with black and white, started off with a 12-inch screen, okay? That's what I grew up on.
Yeah, I feel like at the old TVs, like it's like
They're
like the
boxes.
or you look at the old TV shows, like everything's so blurry. Like how do people just
Yeah. You enjoyed it a whole lot more back then because of this lack of sophistication towards it. Yep,
They thought it was like amazing.
it was. And then,
I'm thinking that our TVs are amazing, and then like in a couple like
and then,
everybody's gonna be like,
now,
whoa.
and then when color TV came out, oh man, have I told you guys about my experience with color TV?
No, you gotta tell us.
Okay,
Color TV.
I grew up on a black and white TV, a 12-incher. Okay, that's how I grew up. In high school, okay, so all the shows were black and white. Okay, had no clue that they were changing them to digital color or anything. Had no clue. And so, you know, we would watch on our little black and white TV, the 12-incher, the show Wizard of Oz. Okay? Okay? Now, so I'm sitting there watching, went down to my brother's house and for the summer, and Wizard of Oz came on. So, oh, cool, I like this show. Well, we watched it, and it was going fine, okay? Dorothy gets in this whirlwind, and the house leaves the ground. The house lands on Oz, okay? Still okay. And then Dorothy opens the door. And from that point on, it's all color.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
And from coming from a point of no color to that point, and that was my first taste of color TV. To coming to that point was just like, as I asked my brother, says, "What happened? What'd they do?" He says, "Oh, it's just in color now." And so that was my first. You had your digital audio players. Shh. Microwave ovens were established. Ladies, gentlemen, digital wristwatches. Okay. Cellular telephones. Now, digital wristwatch. Now we've got the stinking iPhones on your wristwatch. Your pocket calculators. And now we have what? There you go. Everything's on your iPhones. Personal computers, okay? And now you're using your iPhones as your computers, okay? Now, so in the electronics, they had what's called the vacuum tubes. Usually electricity required a conductor, which was a material through which current flowed easily in all of these. Now, if you ever open up a computer or tear apart an electronic device, you will see these type of things, these conductors in there, okay? They are establishing and controlling the electric flow. Scientists discovered that electricity can travel through a vacuum, okay? We all know what a vacuum is. A vacuum is just an empty space with no matter, okay? Even without a conductor, electricity can flow or can travel through a vacuum. Why? Shh, Gabby. Number 3, verbal. Next one's a check. Can travel through a vacuum. Why? Because electricity consists of individual particles, electrons, capable of moving without a medium, okay? So electrons don't need any source to move. They can flow themselves. Here's an example. You got 2 wires. They're placed several centimeters apart in a vacuum. Excess electrons will be repelled from the negative electrodes, or the negative wire, and drawn to the positive electrodes, positive wire. Why? Because of the law of magnetism, which states what? Basically, opposites attract. Likes repel. Okay? Now, a steady stream of electrons are flowing from the negative wire to the positive wire, okay, creating this electrical flow. The process of excess electrons repelling from the negative to the positive occurs most easily in a vacuum. And why? Because air greatly hinders the movement of electrons. And if in a vacuum there is no air, there is no hindrance to it. Yes, sir. Okay. So electrons are hindered only by that air. That's the only thing that's causing electrons to not move freely. Now, vacuum do not naturally exist in our Earth's atmosphere. Okay? Why? Because our atmosphere is full of air. Okay? Some form of gas, some form of liquid in that regards. Our atmosphere, our air, is composed of that. Okay? So therefore, vacuums don't exist here because there's a constant flow of air hanging around. Now, scientists also discovered that they could They could build, I should have put build in there. They could build a vacuum tube, okay? Or what's also called an electron tube. Adrian, I hope you're not on your phone. Hope you're not on your phone, okay? Okay. You look like you are, that's why I asked. Okay. Now, this is just, a vacuum tube is just a glass tube containing electrodes sealed in a vacuum, okay? No air is getting to that green slip inside that vacuum, that tube, okay? There's no air. It's all sealed, all sealed on one side or all the way around, okay? So in these vacuum tubes, you have what's called, okay? We've already discussed them. We have the cathodes, we have the anodes. Again, the cathode is the negative electrode of the vacuum tube. The anode is the positive electrode. Shh, guys, hey, come on. Quiet down, please. Checks are going down now, guys. Enough warnings for the class. Now, electrons enter the vacuum tube through the cathode and leave through the anode, okay? Enter through the negative, leave through the positive. So leads us to the cathode ray tube, okay? So, cathode rays. Scientists found that in these vacuum tubes, a phenomenon of electrons were crossing the gap between the electrodes, okay? So they were skipping it, which in electricity, if you're skipping a gap, what are you calling that? Huh? If electricity is skipping a gap, we're calling it a open circuit, right? Okay. Therefore, possible damage to occur. Doug, 1. Amethyst, 1. Gabby, 1. Okay, so they call this phenomenon cathode rays. It's the stream of electrons that emitted by the cathode of a vacuum tube, skipping or crossing over the gap. Okay? Adrian, what's going on? Okay. Later, okay? Check it later. Girls, Amethyst, you already got 1. You want 2? Because Avery's about to get her first. Well, it's not a topic of discussion right now. It has nothing to do with electrodes, okay? Or electricity. Now, this gentleman, William Crookes, okay, English physicist, designed a special type of vacuum tube to study cathode rays. So he called it the cathode ray tube, or the Crookes tube. Okay, so a little different than your normal spread out, but it's still a vacuum sealed tube. Okay, Ready? Nope. No. I don't like mustaches, but I have it because of the beard. That's all. Okay? Not even going to go there. Okay. Now, amethyst 2, Avery 1, Adrian 1, turn around, Austin 1. Made fun of him because he got a check. Now, inside of the glass tube it was coated with a fluorescent phosphor. See? Now, remember in the previous chapter that phosphor is the material, the element that glows when exposed to radiation. Okay? And it glowed when they struck the cathode ray, allowing Gabby and Lena. Well, we're racking them up today, guys. About to hand out demerits. About to hand out demerits. Okay? So it glowed when it was struck by the cathode rays, allowing the crooks to see where they hit. That was the specialty of this ray. J.J. Thomson, the British scientist, discovered electrons and applied their behavior to the cathode rays by experimenting that the cathode rays are actually streams of electrons, okay, bouncing from the negatives to the positive aspects of the system. Now, so the higher the voltage in these X-ray tubes, okay, the cathode ray tube, okay, or what's also called, first section, the X-ray tubes here, the higher the voltage applied to the electrodes of the cathode ray tube, the faster the electrons striking from the cathode to the anode, okay? Plain simple physics. The more energy you put into it, the faster something's going to go. Okay. This gentleman, William Rontgen, okay, he discovered that if the electrons strike the anode with sufficient force, bursts of X-rays Lena and Doug. Man, guys. It's 2 for each of you. 2. Okay, your X-rays are electromagnetic radiation with extremely short wavelengths. Okay, they would emanate from the surface of the anode. William discovered that by placing his hand between an X-ray tube and a sheet of photographic paper, he could photograph the bones of his hand. Thus, we have our X-rays today. Okay? There's your X-ray or cathode ray tubes or a picture of them. Huh? He probably got more of a dose of it than what we do today, just because of the lack of protection and the lack of experience. But yeah, okay. Now, modern medical X-ray tubes use powerful cathode ray tubes to generate those X-rays that you get taking pictures of your body. Laying on those, getting the X on your body, wherever it is, okay? Doug, right? Or what were you making a comment on? Thank you.
Give it a check.
Amethyst, the reason we're talking is what?
We were talking about how that lady was just about to fall off the table.
Look, her legs are like not even on the machine anymore.
Okay.
She's just holding.
Okay. So, if you've ever had an x-ray done on your body, this is what it would look like to some extent. They've got modernized now ones that where you can stand up, but you would be laying on this table. They'd mark an X on with the machine where they were taking a picture of your body, and they would snap a picture. The x-ray technician would stand outside the room with a shield on, okay, to prevent them from getting the rays from the x-ray machine. That's it for today. Just reading 279 to 280. Finished a little early, okay, but that's okay. So DLs, read hardly. That means we probably have a reading quiz tomorrow, so be prepared for that, okay? DLs, take care. We'll see you sometime tomorrow, probably. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, welcome to Algebra 1. Let's go ahead and get started. We're talking about dividing monomials today, so we're in section 6.9. 6.9, we're on page 200 of your textbook. Page 200 of your textbook. We're talking about dividing monomials. Okay, now look. Everything I'm about to teach you, look up here and pay attention closely. Silence. Everything I'm about to teach you assumes one thing, that there is no addition or subtraction anywhere in the fraction. The second a plus or minus sign gets introduced, all this goes out the window. Are we clear? This cannot happen if there's addition or subtraction inside the fraction. If there's addition or subtraction inside the fraction, we have other methods. We'll teach those later. Okay? But you're not going to come across it today because we haven't taught you how to deal with it yet. Okay? But I'm letting you guys know so it gets in your head now. This only works if there's no addition or subtraction. Okay? That's the goal. Huh? Give me the second one. That was it. That was the only thing. All right. So let's go ahead and talk about a few things. We have a few new rules for exponents that we're going to talk about. We talked about previously the product rule for exponents, stated that if the bases in a product match, then the exponents on those bases could be added. Do you see where I'm going with this? Okay. A similar property governs the quotient of powers of like bases. When dividing like bases with differing exponents, previous methods involved using cancellation. However, we can simply subtract the exponents if you're dividing. It seems logical. If we multiply, you add the exponents. If we're dividing, you subtract the exponents. But let's go through and show why.
But you can't change exponents.
Correct. Okay. So let's say you have a to the fifth over a squared. What happens on the surface is two sets of a's get canceled, if you will, leaving you a cubed over 1, or 5 minus 2 is 3. So we get a to the third. Make sense? Pretty straightforward. Okay. This assumes, by the way, you don't have a zero base. Okay. So like 0 to the anything power is 0, except 0 to the 0th. Don't even get me started on that one. 0 to the 0th is undefined, and there's multiple reasons for that. We're not getting into that in this class.
This seems too easy.
Again, it's exactly as easy as it looks.
Right,
Yes.
like how you crossed out the two underneath, it would still be 1 because you can't have 0.
Right.
Okay.
Well, that and it's multiplication. So the multiplicative identity is 1, not 0. That's the name of it. What do you want from me? Yes.
So, if there was like, so you know how like you crossed out, if there was one more A, did you also cross another one out?
Yep.
Oh, I crashed.
Guys. Anything over 1 is itself. It's just that. It's just left over after all the cancellation, because it's always being multiplied by 1. So if you run out of things, there's a 1 there. All right, so let's go ahead and discuss these two examples very quickly. This is parts A and B. Seriously, control yourself. Okay, you don't have to make them as loud as possible. I understand needing to do it. You can control the volume, though. Thank you. All right, so let's go ahead and get started with this. If my tablet will... Uh-oh. Is today the day? This thing has been with me like nearly my entire teaching career, so like...
Last day?
Hey, okay, cool. No, I'm just saying like this thing is like 9 years old. So like, yeah. Like it's impressive it's made it this far, to be honest. All right, so let's move on here. We have this. First of all, we can cancel the 4 and 12 like normal. So 4 goes into 12 how many times? 3. Make sure you keep track of where you're putting things, okay? If the bigger number's on the bottom, that's where your number should go, just like normal fractions, okay? The numbers, stop. The number, I seriously will give demerits. It's distracting class. I'm done. Okay? So, real quick, it's just like the number part of the fractions do not change. It works the same way as they always have. Remember, every fraction is a division problem. Every division problem is a fraction. Except irrational ones. We're not getting into that. Okay, moving on. So, here we have b to the 6 over b squared. All right, so what's 6 minus 2?
6 minus 2 is 4.
4. Because we're left with a 1 on the bottom.
That's the
All right,
answer.
does that make sense? Yep, that's it.
Okay, this definitely.
All right, 2 goes in 18 how many times?
2018 times.
Okay, keep in mind there is still a negative. I'm going to rewrite it up here. Even it's not magically appearing. I'm just rewriting it so we don't lose it. All right, let's see here. X to the 4th, good. 7 minus 3 is is 4.
Y to the second.
Y to the 2nd, good.
This is like, I said first. I like this.
All right, does that make sense? So far, so good? Okay. Now, in the previous example, the exponents on the bases in the numerator were greater than the exponents than the corresponding bases in the denominator. The numerator and denominator exponents on the same variable can be related in 2 other ways. It could be equal, or the exponent in the denominator could be greater than the exponent in the numerator, okay, because that's the 3 ways. So let's talk about what happens if they're equal. All right, so let's pay attention here. Let's say I had x squared over x squared. That's going to equal 1, right? By definition, anything over itself is 1.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, if I apply my division rule, I get x to the 0th power. So do you see how we can prove, or illustrate, I should say, not prove. This is not a proof. We're illustrating very effectively that x to the 0th is equal to 1. Anything to the 0th power is equal to 1. Because this happens. Okay? Yep. Because essentially you have something on top of itself that canceled. Okay? So you need to have that memorized. Anything to the 0th power is 1 except 0. No, because it's in your book. Can you not? Thank you. I'll take it. Put it away. All right. So listen up, and I'm going to say it one more time. Anything except 0 raised to the 0th power is 1. So x to the 0th is 1. 2 to the 0th is 1. 5 to the 0th is 1. Pi to the 0th is 1. 5,462,843.2 to the 0th power is 1. Yeah, I just started spewing out random digits. I couldn't repeat it for you right now if I needed to. Anyway. It didn't land on a school day.
That's crazy. Just kidding.
Did we even have Pi Day last year?
Yeah. Oh. Did we?
Oh no, because March 13th was when Corona.
No, because it was on a Saturday on March 13th.
And then we were shut down. Yep, that's right. Sorry. All right, moving on. All right. Shh. Let's move on. Okay. So it seems weird that, say, 5 to the 0th power would be 1, but it just is, and you just have to accept it. All right, moving on. All right, now, if let's say they're in the opposite order. So we had bigger on top, smaller on bottom. Now that we've had equal, now what happens if it's bigger on bottom? Okay, so let's just pay attention. Guys. Okay, so let's develop the rule on the left side of the slide. Notice that if we have x squared over x to the 5th instead of the other way like we had originally, notice that we have x to the 3rd in the base. Well, if I apply my power rule like I already had, I have x to the 2 minus 5. Well, that's negative 3. So if I have a negative exponent, it means I'm on the wrong side of a fraction bar. Okay, that's what that means.
So it's just opposite.
Yep. All right, so for any real base, again, where the base is not 0, because 0 is its own conundrum of odd. Except it's not odd, it's even. But moving on.
So you do the same thing except it's negative. Well, it's not even either. It's not even even or odd.
I don't remember. What?
So it's the same thing, it's just flipped around.
Yeah. So you keep the number the same. It just means you're on the wrong side of the fraction bar.
And which one would you rather prefer on the quiz? Would you prefer fraction
We will tell you which way we want it. We will say write it without a denominator, which means you need to pull in negative exponents to illustrate it, or we'll say write without any negative exponents, in which case you need to put it in fraction. All right, so let's go through an example. Example B, part A. We have this here, so let's go ahead and deal with this first of all. How many times is 3 going to 15?
5.
Oops. Okay. X to the 4th.
And then x to the second. Y to the negative 2. Negative 2, yeah. By negative 2.
Or y squared down here. It could be y to the negative 2 up top or y squared on the bottom. If you're not told either way, assume we want positive exponents. Okay? So we would write it like this, guys. Whoops. Of course, then I do that. Okay, or we could just as easily say this as 5x squared y to the negative 2. Either way is okay. The different, watch your directions. Okay? If we don't tell you, we want this version. Does that make sense? This is how math works.
You always do it in fraction unless they tell you not.
Unless they tell you use or no denominators. Okay, part B, guys. Yes.
Did you see Biden's first?
Okay, that's not relevant to this right now, so don't interrupt my class. Thank you. Part B, the book shows two methods. I'm only going to focus on one of them, okay? If you want to look at the other one and you want to do it that way, that's fine by me. I don't care. But the way I'm going to teach it is the way that most people get where it works. Does that make sense? And I focus on that rather than, hey, here's the 5 other things you can do. All right, so pay attention. Here we go. We have negative exponents in our given. I should be on the screen right now, not Ricky playing with his mask instead of paying attention to class. Okay. So first step is to get rid of the negative exponents. Okay, so let's just rewrite the problem. Okay, all I'm going to do, first of all, is I'm just going to say, well, we have 3x squared y to the 5th. Keep in mind this negative means it's on the wrong side of the fraction bar, so we'll just pull it up and fix the sign. Does that make sense? And then this here just needs to come down to the bottom. So we get 9x to the 4th y squared. This simplifies the problem to where you instinctively know what to do. Okay, and that's why I teach it this way. The book shows the other way where you can go ahead and figure it out. Why? Why do that to yourself? Okay, get rid of the negative exponents, solve it. If you need to reintroduce them at the end, that's fine. Yes, and I'm only moving both of them because they're both negative.
So if they're both negative, you move them.
Yeah. If it's just one, you only move the one, and you deal with any rules you need to there. Does that make sense? This is the only real hiccup. Okay. Then 3 goes into 9 3 times. X squared goes into x to the 4th, x squared times. Yes, that's how we word it. Y squared goes into y to the 5th, y cubed times. So we end up with y cubed over 3x squared. Again, you could easily word this the other way. Does that make sense? With negative exponents. And I'm just going to show it, even though this would be our final answer, unless we're told to use negative exponents, in which case y cubed equals, or no, not equals. So we'd have 3 to the negative 1, x to the negative 2, y cubed. Does that make sense? That would be your equivalent statement. Okay, if you don't have an exponent at all, notice I just did negative first. Okay, by the way, on calculators, you'll notice an x to the negative first button. That means you're making the inverse. It means you're flipping the fraction. That's what that button does.
Wait, so we can check groups?
Not yet. All right, homework tonight. Practice 6.9 blue. I'm sorry, what?
Can you go back real quick? I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
So at the end when we get the answer, why is 3x on the bottom?
Well, 9 was bigger.
Oh,
Again, it's just like a regular fraction. The book tries to emphasize other things. I just teach it like normal fractions because then it's very clear what we do. Because we already know how to cancel fractions, so why learn a new thing? And that's just it. It's the exact same. If it were different, I would teach it differently. But it's the same process, same idea. So why fix it? Yep. Any other questions? Yes.
I don't understand one,
So number one, when you're taking two monomials and dividing them, what are you doing to the exponents? Subtracting, yeah. So you subtract. That's the operation. Subtraction. Yeah, but the question's worded weird, so I get it. Does that make sense? Number two is the same idea, but when they're being multiplied, so what operation would that be? Addition. And then number three If we have a power raised to a power, what operation are we doing to the exponents? Multiplication is correct.
I'm smart.
Hey, there you guys go. 1 through 3 done for you. Cool. All right, distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
Yeah, I think we're good. Oh, they called me. Okay. How's everyone doing? You girls ready for your game tomorrow? Why are you laughing, Ellie? Believe in yourself. Yeah, you will. I have faith in you. Right, Jaylene? Okay. Next week it's spring break. Are you guys excited? Anyone doing anything fun? No? You guys doing anything for spring break? No? No one else doing anything? Spring break? Are you doing anything? San Fran! Nice! That's what I wanted to do. We wanted to rent an Airbnb there and then just go for the weekend. Oh, cheap. Okay, let's review these really quick today. Okay, let's review this really quick. Pretty simple how we started last time. Just noun and a verb. Okay, who can give me a noun and a verb? Just a sentence. Huh? In Spanish. Give me a sentence. A noun, subject, verb. Huh? Okay. Bañando? Yeah, she said bailando. Okay. How do you turn this on? Okay, it's not working. Okay. Read it with me, okay? Every Spanish. Okay. Miss Willis. Sentence. Wait. I know this. I know. Sentence is. I know, it's like right here. Wait, I know. No, wait, what is it? Sentence is. Oh my goodness. This is gonna kill me. Oración. It is. Yeah, una oración. Una oración.
Oh, that's for topic sensitive.
Una oración. Yeah, oración. Okay. Guys, give me. No, that's a phrase though. Una oración. Una oración. Oh, no? It can be used for that too. Oración. Subject. Not subject. Sentence. Oración, okay? Okay, every Spanish sentence, like any other sentence, needs a what? Okay. Give me a sentence, Isaac. Isaac, give me a sentence. Subject and a verb. No. The subject. Give me a name for this guy. Adrian. Okay? Adrian. Yes, we did. So this is review. You should know this, okay? Adrian. Okay? Or we have Juan. Okay? Okay, what's the predicate or el verbo? Okay, but we have to conjugate it differently. So Juan what? Escribe, okay? Juan escribe, okay? Full sentence, Juan escribe, okay? Give me another sentence, super simple. Adrián. Adrián lloró. Gaby come. Something else. Adrián what? ¿Por qué no? Ricky. No, give me a subject and a verb. That's all I'm asking for. No. Guys, stop. Okay. Next one, read it with me, okay? Adjectives comes after nouns in Spanish sentences. Everyone, read it with me. In English, is this the same case? No. Give me a sentence in English. The car is blue, okay? How will you say that in Spanish? El carro. El carro es azul, okay? The noun goes before the adjective goes before. The adjective comes before the noun. Sorry. The adjective comes before the noun, okay? So we can say, let me see. Ojos azules, okay? How do we say that in English? Blue eyes, okay? In English, the adjective goes before the noun, okay? So we just switch it, okay? Let's see. El libro es verde. What am I saying? El libro es verde? Yeah. Translated specifically is what? Okay. Juan. Okay. Juan, and then give me. That's a reference. Yes. Juan tiene ojos azules. Another one. Not alto because as you're talking, his hair is tall. Largo. You're close. You're close. Give me a sentence using the adjective. Huh? Vest? Vest? Like he's wearing a vest? No, he says vest. Vest? You can say chaleco. Chaleco. He's not wearing a vest. That's a shirt. That's a shirt. Okay, no. Give me another description of one. Guys, stop. Lena, turn around, okay? Douglas, give me a description of one.
One se parece a Adrián.
Okay, more simple.
One is Adrián. One is, yeah.
Juan tiene what? El pie grande, he does. What is it? Juan tiene zapatos qué? What did you say? Juan tiene zapatos café. ¿Café? Okay. Okay. Guys, stop. Stop. Gabby. That's enough. Stop. Okay, read it with me, please. Everyone. He says he has pelo largo, literally hair long. As if it's short, pelo corto, okay? Okay. Literally, when we translate ojos azules, literally saying what? Eyes, no. Eyes, green. I mean, eyes blue, not blue. Azules, not green, okay? Eyes what? Blue. Eyes blue. Eyes green is what? No, eyes green is what? Ojos. You're saying two colors. Ojos verdes. How do you translate it to English? Exact, like, no, the little way, like literal way. Eyes green, okay? So in English, eyes green. So in English, the adjective, in English, the adjective comes when? Yes. Before, yes. So in Spanish, the adjective comes what? No. After the what? After the noun. After the noun. Good job, Isaac. I'm proud of you. Okay. let's read the two sentences together. Juan tiene. Okay? That's in singular. Number 2. Juan tiene ojos. Okay? Why is it plural? Dos ojos. Okay? How many ojos do you have? I hope you have 2. Okay? Okay. Why don't we not say pelos? I mean, is it singular though? Yes. It's what? Yeah, it's talking about like a group, okay? It's not talking about like basically individually, okay? Next. Oh, you already did this. But okay, give me a couple sentences. Es alto? Juan es alto? Amadeus, give me a sentence. Juan es what? Es what? Amadeus, give me a sentence. En español. Do you mind like putting the blinds like going up? There you go. Juan es guapo? No, he's not. Huh? No. No. Juan anda bien vestido.
How do you say like?
Juan likes? Likes what? ¿Le gustan sus zapatos? Okay, sure, I'll take that. The what? Big feet? Pies grandes? Okay. Number 3, let's read it together. Adverbs function in Spanish like they do in English, okay? Like in English, Spanish adverbs are used to describe verbs, okay? What do we use to describe verbs? Are you going to say something inappropriate? Oh, he already said that. Okay. Let me read the example, okay? Juan lee rápidamente, okay? Juan reads quickly, okay? Literally the same thing, okay? No, it's a different kid, okay? He's still Juan, okay? How does he read? How does he read? Rápidamente. Thank you. Guys, how does he read? No, rápidamente. Rápidamente, okay? He reads quickly. It's the same translation, okay? Which describes the verb what? Lee. Lee. In Spanish, it's lee, okay? Juan escribe, what is lentamente? Slowly, okay? Lentamente escribe Juan. Literally, like in English, okay? If you put the, yeah. Does it make sense? It still makes sense. Yeah, it does. Slowly. But no one uses it, but it's not grammatically incorrect. So, just like in English, it literally means Juan writes slowly, Juan escribe lentamente. So it's not like the adjectives. Derek. It's not like the adjective where the adjective has to come where? Before the what? The noun, okay? So the adverb describes what? The verbs. Gabby, adverbs describe what? The adverbs describe what? The what? The verb, okay? Stop. Gabby, stop. Now give me a sentence using an adverb in Spanish. Or you can say Juan corre lentamente. Okay. Give me another one. There. Rápido, rápidamente, okay? When they finish, when the word ends with O, we switch it to an A, and then we add mente, okay? We add the little phrase mente, M-E-N-T-E, okay? That's how we make it a what? Adverb. Not enough. Adverb, okay? And the adverb describes the what? The verb, okay? Okay, let's read this. These three words that I have, okay? Rápido means what? Fast. Okay, rápido. We switch the O for a. Look at the screen. A. And what do we add at the end? Mente, okay? So let's read it like this. Rápido, rápida, rápidamente. Lento, lenta. Perfecto, perfecta, perfectamente. Okay. Who can give me a sentence with rápidamente? Good job. Huh? Rápido? Yes. Give me a sentence with the word rápidamente. Oh, good job. Sentence with rápidamente. Juan eats what? Quickly. Or? No? Fastly? No, that's not a word. That's not a word. Derek, give me a sentence with the word lentamente. I have one. Derek camina lentamente.
He is extremely.
Just kidding.
I can't argue.
I didn't say it. Ricky. No, we're lentamente now. Use the tortuga, okay? Tortuga. Use the tortuga for a sentence. La tortuga. How do you say walk? La tortuga. No. Not run. How do you say walk in Spanish? La tortuga camina lentamente. Avery, give me a sentence with the word lentamente.
Oh my gosh, I have a sentence and I can't say it.
¿Cómo? Gaby corre lentamente. Okay, and then perfectamente. Noah, give me Noah, give me a sentence with perfectamente. Perfectamente. You have one? No? You need a verb before. No. The verb has to be. What is he doing perfectly? Shooting? Juan tira perfectamente. So the verb has to be before your adverb. Yeah. Anyone else has a? Amethyst, give me a sentence with perfectamente. Perfectly. No. Be appropriate.
Appropriate in a teacher's eyes or appropriate in high school?
No, in all the eyes.
What's different?
But did you? Just kidding. I believe you. The what? The what?
Go chug that water.
Does it?
as you guys wear blue, white, red all together. Outfit. Atuendo. Atuendo. Yeah. In Panama we use outfit, but I don't know in other. Yeah. But they say it with an accent, like, tu outfit está bonito. Tu outfit. Okay. No, if you can't say it, please just don't say it, okay? Okay. Guys, give me 5 more minutes of your time. 5 more minutes, okay? Why do we use adverbs? To describe the verb. Is it the same in English as it is in Spanish? Yes, it is. Yes. Which one is different though? The what? Yes. Which one is different? The adverbs or the adjectives? Adjectives are different. Why? Adjectives comes what? After the noun. And in English it's what? Before, okay? Adverbs, are they the same or different in English? Okay? They have the same function. Okay. When we're writing adverbs in Spanish, okay? Like the word rápido. We change the O for a and we add what? Who said it? Mente, okay? We change the O for an A and we write the word what? Mente, okay? What does the word mente mean? Mente. No, mind. Mind, okay? Mente. Who can think about, let me see. Rápido. Lento. Perfecto. Trying to think of an adverb. Gabby, give me an adverb. I'm trying to think of one. Yes. Not linda, no. Yeah. We already have rápido. No, we already have rápido. A different one. No, tiene que agregar mente, no. Despaciamente, no. Come on, Douglas. Correctamente, okay? Correcto. We change the O for an A and we add mente and es correctamente. What does correctamente mean? Correctly. Give me an adverb, Adrian, since you're having so much fun. Excuse you? Give me an adverb. Adverb.
Oh my God. No, like the past 5 years, bro. Everybody knows an adverb.
Give me an adverb. In Spanish. We already have that one.
Lentamente.
We already have
No, oh
lentamente.
my God. Turn the TV off.
Help him out, Ricky. No. No. Do not. I don't want to hear that again. Another word. No. That's not an adverb. How do you, okay. Simplemente. Simply, okay? Simplemente. Huh? Fácilmente, yes. Fácilmente. What else? Difícilmente. Difficult, yeah. Yeah, perfectamente there, okay. Okay, listen, tomorrow we're going to be, I know you girls won't be here. You girls won't be here, right? No? Okay. I'm still gonna be here. Guys, listen. Unless Mr. S tells me that there's no subs to come help me out, then I won't be here. Usually, when you girls leave, he asks me to just stay because there's no one to come sub my class. But if that's not the case tomorrow, I'll be here tomorrow for sure. I'll introduce a new verse and the new vocabulary words, okay? So we're still gonna do that if Mr. S says we still have Spanish, okay? Any questions about this right now? Yes, it is. Okay. No. Okay. Girls, guys, any questions? Whose is this? Any questions about this? Any questions about this? Huh? Are you girls good? Okay. Okay. Yes, it will be on a quiz. It most likely will be on a quiz on Thursday. Yes. Well, the girls won't be here, so it has to be on Thursday. Yeah. Super simple, and you should be able to form your own sentences. So, I recommend for the quiz, you study your vocabulary words, because you're going to have to use them. Super simple. Subject and a verb, there you have one sentence, okay? Then, you need
How many sentences do we have to have?
we'll see. I can't tell you that. 2. No. Yes. It's just a different way of like conjugating the adverb. Despacio, despacito. It's just a different way of, yeah. Yeah. No, despacito. Yeah, yeah. Okay, guys, I'll see you tomorrow. Girls, I hope you do good in your volleyball game tomorrow. I'll probably come to practice today, so we'll see. How do I just unplug it or?
Go up to the X.
Oh wait, I need to log out.
Okay.
Unless you want to read my school emails. I don't know how to log out. Oh. Oh. Manage your Google account. How do I log out? Ah. It's gonna log you out if I do this.
It's okay.
So I just like log you in.
I'll get back in.
Okay. I think it logged me out. I don't know. Okay. Thank you so much.